Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. My channel about dating, love, relationships. Okay, everybody, let me know who's ever in here to let me know. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Just let me know. Because right now it's silence. It hasn't started yet over here. It'll start a few minutes early. Hmm. Can everybody? I can hear you. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you, thank you. All right, again, thank you. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. My channel is about dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationship advice channel. So we're gonna get into sewer rat again, live. Sewer rat Darrell Brooks trial sentencing day 2, and this is a semi-silent live. So I'm gonna be playing it, and maybe I might say a couple of things, or whatever. We're just gonna basically listen, because I just gotta hear what's gonna happen with this grandma or whoever's come up here to speak on his behalf. I just don't get it. I really don't. Who the heck want to speak on his behalf? Hopefully, gonna. Right. So make sure you hit the like. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to sure everything's running smoothly here. Look at him. Look at him. He just gave me a good start. He got that look. He got that look. All right, Tag Girl, just found your channel. I'm going to watch it with you. Well, all right. Welcome aboard to Donna Just Being Real. All right. And the people that's watching replay, please feel free to share your thoughts and opinions in the comment section. And if you need to contact me, anything about dating relationship advice, or you have a viewer's request or coaching, feel free to contact me. You can find my email in the description. All right. So, William, goodbye, Darrell. Hey, Miss Donna, and blessings to you. Blessings to you. Blessings to you. All right, let me see who else we have up in here. Then we also have Larry. And how you doing, Larry? He's going to delay the sentencing somehow. You know it's true. This is what sociopaths do, Larry. This is what they do. This is what you do. Do I see my Brittany up in here? Brittany Erica is supposed to speak today as a victim. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Gonna be interesting. Hey, Brittany, and good afternoon. And we have one busy mama up in the house. Hello, 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 hello. All right, got my purple hearts, purple hearts. Purple hearts. All right. Good. You can hear me. All right. And Diana Oli. Yes. Okay, good. So you can hear me too. Okay. And Jackie, hugs and kisses to you. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. You're cutting in and out. Oh, boy. Am I all right now? Hopefully, I'm fine now. Let me see if I can just put a little closer here. Okay. Purple hearts. And what is it watching from? Watching from, we got Arkansas up in the house. All right, okay. Got Arkansas. No, you're good now. Ignoring me. Okay, all right. But thank you. Let me know and stuff, because I have this slow computer. So hopefully everything will go right. I don't have no windows open. So we see what happens. All right. And I'm going to mute on my end because it's still on mute because I guess I haven't started yet. But I'm just going to mute on my end, but it'll start on your end so you can hear it. Okay, everybody? I just have to adjust something. All right. BG, do I see my girl BG up in here? BG, how's it good to you too? All right. We just wait here for a second.
be seated.
But what Jackie said, I still have to catch up on your last two uploads. Been catching up on the other Dusty trial. Oh my God, these Dusties on the rampage. It's the holidays. Okay, it's starting now. This is a semi-silent live, so I'm just gonna let it just play. We just listen to this sewer rat and see if sewer rat's grandma and mom, everybody's gonna pop up. Who's the people's gonna be talking? This is just insane. And to people that's coming, make sure you hit the like and thank you for being here. I said, BG, hugs and kisses to you too. Lisa, my dear vibrations, and a good afternoon to you. And who else do I see? I see 603 in the house. Hugs and kisses to you and good afternoon. And I do have my diva up in the house. Raining woman, hugs and kisses to you. All right, let's see what Surat has in store for us today. Sociopath.
Good afternoon, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Apper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks Jr. Here for this matter without prejudice by special appearance, and I'd like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone can please render the account at this time.
Right, the appearance of Mr. Brooks is noted. The court will not be addressing that last request of yours. We are here today to continue with the sentencing hearing. I do have the Zoom up. I have not brought in any of the individuals from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to start his portion of the sentencing hearing from the state.
There's two issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke, who provided an impact statement yesterday, to read that statement again. She felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday. And it's a brief statement, if you would just allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will be prepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right, thank you. Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either the court taking a break?
Yes, it was related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom. Yes.
All right. Any comment or position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom. I think it may have been a break that may have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
Whatever the circumstances were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement. I'm going to honor that request. and allow her to make that statement before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf, okay? Other than that, is there anything else you wish the court to address before I hear from victims or your family members?
Yes, I just wanted to let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf, if that pleases Your Honor.
All by Zoom?
Yes, correct.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
No new entries. All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by
I
Zoom?
have 3. I guess I just wasn't clear if the 4th was going to be.
Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
I believe the 4th was trying to access the Zoom link. They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble, I guess, accessing the link from the courts.
Oh, tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Dawn Alworth, and Dawn One that I assume is Woods.
All right, who would be the 4th then? So
Miss Marsha Winters.
Marsha Winters. Okay, we don't have a Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, a meeting ID and a password, not a link. So hopefully that can
I
be,
think he sent the link to.
oh, he created the link.
So
All right.
that should be both.
I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again with and indicate that it can be provided to Ms. Winters.
Yes, Miss Winters, correct.
Should she need it.
That might be the mix up maybe she was having. Maybe she thought it was a link, or I'm not sure.
There can be a
Because,
link and the clerks have that as well. So we'll get it.
okay.
We'll
Yeah,
put it in the broadcast. There's a chat function. We'll get it in there so they can pass it on and hopefully at the appropriate time she'll be able to join.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, then with that, if Brooke would like to stand up, I know it's a minor. And thank you. The microphone is being handed to her. All right, go ahead. And thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dance at granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating that request, and we have nothing further at this time.
All right, then we will bring in the individuals who are on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions on how that should proceed. Do you have all 3 trying to join?
I admitted all at the same time. Michelle has already been involved. Mary has already involved.
Is this your mom? All right, so I can see Dawn Woods on the Zoom. Miss Woods, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I know you have your camera on. You're unmuted. There are two other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the
The
moment.
enabler family has arrived.
All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms.
Yes.
Edwards, if you could please, I'm gonna have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next. If you could keep your camera off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can
Alright.
give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that
ma'am.
and I've read it. Go ahead. What would you like to tell the court? And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor. And then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible. Okay, thank you, thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, videos, used in campaign ads, disrespected their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. They are the forgotten ones and viewed by many of not having a place in society. It is no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say they're what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose. The same my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to do the unthinkable, must be punished. Yeah, I agree. But we also must render help. What good is punishment without correction to prevent the act from happening again? In their cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals, and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars. Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion, empathy, and some understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them. Lawmakers should support by providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need. Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years. And here's my take on it. And I think I have a little insight on it. From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early, when the sign of mental illness first shows, and it's addressed and stayed on top of, instead of let people lagger and fall through the cracks, just maybe there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones was hurt or was injured or killed because someone of mental illness attacked them. Maybe that needs to be done. Treatment needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on, and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door. It's the same. You don't have a mental illness, you're just a bad person and needs to be locked up. Jail is not the only answer. Treatment, hospitalization, and medication, it plays a big role in preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Next, I have that I adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness. And I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him. And it's a poem that was written by the late, great Maya Angelou. I don't know if you're familiar with her writings, but she was a brilliant poet. And she wrote this poem back in 1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era. But I believe it applies to those who suffer from mental illness as well. It's called Caged Bird. A bird leaps on the back of the wing and floats downstream so the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft signs through the trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped, their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings of fearful thrills, of things unknown, but long for still. And his tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged birds sing of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness is caged. All they want is to be free of their illness and become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where they can get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain. And I pray that the Lord would continue to comfort and heal each of them. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, and I should have said this earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up. So that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'll turn next to Mary Edwards. If you want to turn your camera on and unmute, and then Ms. Woods, if you
Yes,
would.
ma'am.
If you want to take her camera.
Good afternoon.
And I should say for the record that obviously Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and then I have Mary Edwards.
Oh,
If you can
poor
let me
baby
know who's
crying.
next to you,
So
please.
Rat got tears. Pull out the violins for his sorry ass. Excuse me, person.
There's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to
Who's-
go?
I need to know who's in the room with you because I saw them.
That husband.
Okay,
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
well, all right, that's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I
Is
saw
the
someone
problem with
else.
him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll
All
just,
right, this is, my husband is here.
will he be speaking or
Okay.
just you?
No. No, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is located. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks Jr. And I asked to be here today for 2 reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here, this tragedy that has been caused by my grandson. I want to also apologize to the family of the little boy. I understand their name is Sparks. And to all those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, mourn, for shall be comforted. And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible terrible deed. Some of you have served him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die. Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is. Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy. Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father, and Darrell has lost his mind and his life in the outside world. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12, and it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd. It is my prayer that he will be treated for this illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concerns. We must start with a younger generation. I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. If you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. That is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being. I've lived half of my life helping with the Bible, the AKA Society's rejects. Since this tragedy, I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website. There's a myth that said mental problems don't affect me. Many people don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth. It affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression. 1 in 20 Americans lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or major depression. Suicide is a leading cause of death in the United States. In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. It accounted for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on, been affected. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Is there anyone else on the Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, and I reached out to Zach and he has not heard from anyone either.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do not have anyone else.
Michelle Albert.
Oh, we have Michelle Allworth.
Yes,
Sorry
it's
about
not
that.
Michelle Andrews.
Thank you, thank you. All right, if Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you
Hi,
are,
my name is Michelle Allward. Can you hear me?
yes, I can. Go ahead.
Kind of sit. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from home from school.
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last year, how remorseful he truly is. Sorry. He is a very private person. When it comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens with family and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with this tragic event. I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home, and helped in any way that he could help me. Sorry. Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble person. He would give a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay. During this manic episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost lose my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured is terrible. It's something Darrell will have to live with the rest. I hope that I hope that he gets the help he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom?
No.
All right, then at this time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll turn it over to you then. This is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
Yeah, I do have a lot to say. I would like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
Um, it's emotional. I apologize for taking so long. I'm going to start first. Um, by giving glory to God. I believe in Jesus Christ. Wholeheartedly. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all our sins. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. He shed his blood on that cross and he died. He was buried. And then he rose again after 3 days. To glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names. So at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father. And it's not just something that I was taught by my family, it's something I believe in my heart. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand um, that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions. And understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to uh, not having any remorse, not having uh, any understanding. It was strictly made to that point that I have repented. I have asked God for forgiveness. That I have city prayers. Learning how to um, wrap my head around this whole extremely, extremely hard. You get minimal time to uh, reflect in a place like this. But one of those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell, when it's just you in the walls. One of the victims made a comment about I've become frustrated at times. I want you, Your Honor, to know, I want the entire court to know that regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents, they were not personal. Being here throughout this year and the constant learning how to deal with everything, learning how to take everything in, what you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here. It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point. And so they would come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal. It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself. And I think it was just the pot boiling over. I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me. For long as I can remember, I've dealt with a lot of issues. And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface, a lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues. Not just that, but the difficulties of life in general. The childhood I had. Not having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to support us. I remember being a child and
Barbara.
sister. My mom only had 2 children. My sisters passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese, bread, Spam.
He has a yuck mouth. Look at his mouth. Nasty.
And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think it's normal. I remember living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs. Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it. A lot of people weren't raised like that. So it'd be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that. Physical abuse, by the people that are supposed to love you. Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does, why you don't comprehend certain things. Why no one can provide the answers that you want. Fact of the matter is, I have at times been medicated. To a facility for sure. I can honestly say that life was better. It helped. I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. um, that also helps, but it's more, it's not the relating part of it, it's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to tell you that, hey, it's all right. You can't let your heart down. It's a lot. It's a lot. And back to what I said about truth. People are going to say it. Um, Believe what they want, and that's okay. This needs to be said. What happened on November 21st, 2020? not an attack. It was not planned, plotted. When you constantly hear that perpetuated, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, you wonder why. Why? This was not an attack. This was not an intentional act. No matter how many times you say it over and over, it was not. I have a lot of, and this has nothing to do with the victims, the families of the victims. And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and in their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds. I could never wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel, never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever. They're well within their rights to feel how they feel. I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims. And I won't even throw shots back at her. Again, I choose to take the high road. In spite of the clear language that was used by her, not gonna fire back. I'm not gonna do that. Am I angry? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But so what? When it boils down to it, the whole prosecution team had a job to do. Can't be mad at somebody for doing their job. Attorney Basie, Attorney with y'all. I respect you guys. Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys. I really do. I respect you too, Attorney Opera. The difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job. And I never will. But I refuse to get in a name calling. I refuse to raise my voice. I refuse to do any of that. And I realized that last night. The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you. Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said. That had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations. Just by reading the police report. I think every situation is unique in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern. Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that. You would think that you have some kind of integrity. Even with that, not gonna bash, not gonna say anything disrespectful, not gonna call you anything other than your God-given name. As far as the integrity, though, I won't ever be able to wrap my head around um, why you did things you did it. made reference to this being an open and shut case. Yet you needed a whole team to prosecute an open and shut case, as you say. And again, no disrespect to Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild. I feel like those the reasons why your case had any strong points, not from you. "31 years," you said. Well, yeah, you did say 31 years that you've done this. 31 years. I don't believe you're that bright. Yet, I respect you having the resolve to take on something of this magnitude for this community. Can't do nothing but respect that. And regardless, when I leave this courtroom, I will have no ill feelings with anyone. I know this is being live streamed. I believe even in other countries. I've gotten some mail from Germany, Belgium, a lot of it hate mail, which doesn't. I stopped reading it months ago, so it doesn't really affect me. It's irrelevant. I do want to say something to everybody watching, as far as those who take the time, spend the energy and money to write and spew hate, not just against myself, but my family, my children. Um, I have no value in anything that you
AG,
say.
I don't know. I just wish he would just shut
It
up. But
doesn't
this is what
bother
these
me. It
narcs and
doesn't affect
sociopaths
me.
do. They can
Keep up the
talk
bad
all
work.
day, all night. They don't sleep. They just talk, talk, talk.
To everyone else, the people that have sent letters of support, I thank you for that, because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's the most hated man on the planet at this point right now in time. It's not easy. It takes a lot of courage to do that. And I thank you for that. My family thanks you for that. I want to say to the mother of my children, the mothers, excuse me, of my children.
Yeah, what do you have to say? You don't pay child support, so shut up.
Obviously, I think I should start with the obvious, Erica Patterson.
I agree, Stan.
I want you to know, if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the mothers of my children. I can never hate you. I refuse to go that route. Always have love for you. I always respect you. We got a beautiful daughter. I haven't always been right in the things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you. What I will say is, it always takes two. I pray that at some point you will reconcile with your children, and
He's poking jabs at her now. Talking
that
about
you
her other
remember
children.
who I am here in my heart. That you remember that. My oldest son, who's an adult, his mother, beautiful, beautiful spirit. I thank her for the times that she was there to listen when no one else was, when I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life, and I was being pulled to this direction or that direction, and
Everybody, do you see that yuck
just
mouth?
couldn't figure
Ew,
things
look
out.
at it. Ew. He only 40 years
She
old.
would
Look
take the
that
time
bad.
to sit and listen, and I thank her for it. Uh, Times where I had nowhere to go, she would find me in the back of a bed, or something of that nature, and she would do things to help. You know, it's a lot of people, a lot of good people out there in the world still. She's one of them. I thank you, Angel. Uh, that's her name too, by the way, Angel. Um, when I was all over the place mentally, couldn't sit still, couldn't make decisions, trying to figure out how life would go being young parents, the both of us. She never once judged me. She never once ridiculed me and downed me because of my issues. She always was willing to be there. I'm eternally grateful for that. Um, Jessica, my youngest daughter's mom. I believe it's a reason why God puts anyone in your life at the time that He does. You came into my life at a time where everything was chaotic.
I agree, Barbara. I agree.
I didn't have a clue how to even begin to put one foot in front of the other. You came into my life at a time where I was pondering, what did I even have to live for? And in the midst of that, you gave me always get emotional talking about her in particular, because she's such a daddy's girl. We're very, very close. I felt like that was God giving me a chance. To only know what he looks like because of pictures. Um, for her to not feel safe to be in the city or
Wow, underrated doctors. I've never seen you on my live stream or in my videos.
being around my
All right, well,
family
welcome.
members
Welcome. Good to see you and good
to deal with that
afternoon.
rapport because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with. And for me to not be able to help her, for me to not have any words to uplift her, um, to me, not knowing how everything would go. It's hurtful. I want her to know. I believe God has a plan for everything, and
How long has he been
it's about
talking?
doing the best you can
He's
inside of
causing my
God.
computer to keep glitching. He just needed to shut up. There's nothing going to change. Stop trying to shift blame on everybody. Stop trying to
Say
do the
what you
pity
want
card.
about me. I'm not gonna walk away from my children. I refuse to walk away from my children. love all four of you. And that won't stop for nothing.
Exactly, Barbara. He's killing my
No matter
computer.
what.
This should be cut and dry. Stop talking. This is what these sociopath narcissists do. They just love to hear themselves talk, and they think everybody wants to hear them.
A lot of reference yesterday was made about death. In reference to opinions towards myself. I do not one bit. I do not fear death because I'm in Christ. Whether we believe it or not, at some point, we all have a date. Everyone on this planet has a date. In the word, it says that it is appointed to man once to die. The way I see it, it's inevitable. So why fear it?
Look at that yuck mouth. Why these women would
I'm
date something like
1,000,000%
that?
confident in where I'm going.
Let something like that touch you and impregnate
1,000,000%
you?
confident.
These women is crazy. You would let
Regardless of
something
what
like this
anyone thinks or
impregnate you?
says, I'm
That's
1,000,000%
disgusting.
confident in
Disgusting.
where I'm going.
Exactly, Barbara. He gonna pull out the Bible, but he's skipping through it. He just skimming to what he wants to work with. It
We
doesn't
all
work like
gotta
that,
stand
sir.
before the
God doesn't
judgment
like
seat of
that.
Christ at some point. All of us. Nobody's any better
Exactly,
than the
Jackie.
next person.
You know, women has to make better choices. Why would you let something like this be in your presence? Why would anybody entertain this? And a woman would have the nerves to let something like this go up in her
Contrary to
raw? Are you
belief, I do
crazy?
not feel
And
like
let
I'm
this
above
monster
anyone.
impregnate her? Are you kidding me? Look at his mouth. Look at him.
I don't feel like
What
I'm
kind of job you ever
superior
had?
to
Want to be a
anyone.
rapper at 30-something years old,
I
pushing
breathe
40. Now
air, I
he's
drink
40,
water, I
was trying to
eat,
be
I
a
go to the
rapper,
bathroom,
using
I
his mother's
bleed just like
car
anyone
for a
else.
background. You know, this is crazy.
I'm
This
no
is
better.
insane. You know, all these women that was with him, that had kids with him, they need to have their heads checked. There's something wrong with. But see, as parents, we have to teach our kids to choose better as a spouse. You know, choose better in dating.
I'm a
Date
human
smart,
being,
not
not a
thirsty.
monster.
Don't let something like this entertain you. Don't even bother with it. Okay? Don't even look at it. If this is all you can get, God dog, it's time for you to level up your life so you can get something else better. Okay? God doesn't want you to be with something like this. God wants better.
I'm a human being that's been trying to figure out for 35 years.
Exactly, Hammer. Exactly.
Questions that I never got the answer to.
You know, his mother's is full of it. Mother saw a rat. Grandma saw a rat. All of them. It's all in the family.
I noticed yesterday
This
in
is
a
where he
lot
learned this
of the
behavior
victims'
from. They all coddled
statements
him,
that
let him get away with stuff all
a lot
his
of the
life.
victims are
Teachers, everything, even the criminal system, patting him on the wrist, letting him back
going through
out.
the healing
Now look at him.
process.
And look how all these people, all these people died and so many people's injured and still suffer to this day, mentally, physically. They didn't even talk about the financial, paying all these bills, medical bills, prescriptions. Does he care? He don't
Believe
care.
it
He's
or
gonna
not,
stand here
I
for like an
pray
hour
for
just talking
all
crap, crying with his yuck mouth.
victims, family
Are you
members
kidding me? You're nothing but a sewer rat. You're a sewer rat. Just like the picture up there.
for a
You're a
year
sewer rat.
now
But that's all right.
to
They're
be
gonna
able
take
to
good
make
care
it
of you
through
in
that
prison.
process.
Good care of you and good luck. Good luck. They're
But
gonna
it
tear
is
you
the
up.
process.
And
It
those
won't
kids is
happen
better off without
overnight.
you as a parent, having you around. What kind of role model you? What kind of examples you gonna set for your daughters and your kids? You gonna teach your daughters to date some crap like you? You gonna teach your sons to grow up to be like you? Yeah, get out of
It was a
here.
big question of if I was paying attention, if this, that, or the third, which I won't really get into. I definitely was paying attention, and I heard in a lot of those statements, people that were having some recognize it was that
And another thing I have to say is, I'm so sick and tired of this
just
mental health.
can't quite
Excuse me
wrap
to
your head
anybody who
around.
suffered through mental health. Yes, it's serious. But they make it seem like when you got mental health, you do this. A lot of people have mental health, but they're not out here trying to kill and hurt people. They go into
Believe it or
therapy,
not,
take a little medication, trying to get things right, struggling with it, but they're not out here saying, "Oh, I got to kill people. I'm gonna run a car over somebody," or
we
be
was talking to
abusive,
someone that's
beat on
dealt
their
with
woman,
those
beat on
same
their
types of
wives and
questions
stuff
for
like that, or their husbands. No, they don't do that.
a
This is not
long
mental
time.
health with you, sir. Mommy and daddy laid down. They had Satan Jr. by the name of Darrell Brooks, sewer rat. That's
Questioning
you.
life
Okay?
itself,
So everybody needs to stop this blaming on mental illness. Half of these people are
questioning
born with the devil. I believe some people are just born with the devil
what's
in
the
them.
point of
It
being
is what it
here
is. You need to check their heads and see if they got 666. What's that, Damien the movie or whatever?
to go through all
And
this
welcome,
pain,
David. Welcome to Donna Just
to
Being
go
Real.
through all the doubts, feelings of inadequacy, I can relate to firsthand.
I completely understand, David. This is crazy. He just steady
Being made
talking.
fun of, being joked
And
about,
nothing's
being
going to change,
jeered
sir.
at, being
You're done.
bullied.
You're done. And the sad part
Growing
about
up,
it
I
is,
can
ladies and
relate to
gentlemen, there's a lot
all
of
of that
sewer rats running around
because
out
I've
here
been through it.
that feel just like him and have a whole bunch of family members and friends and everybody that's being enablers. You know what? And it tells a lot about their character. It tells a lot
Not
about them.
knowing
What
if
you think?
you
Do you agree or
even
disagree?
want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that.
Yeah, you're Rainy Woman. He just rambling. It's called word salad. That's all. Word salad. You never understand what they talking
Wondering
about. They
if
don't
you'll
stay
even
on
be
topic. They go
missed
all over the
when you're
place.
gone.
Oh, this is a bunch of crap. Just. Oh my gosh, this is. Even the
The
judge is about to fall asleep. The
weirdest
poor judge.
hours of the morning,
And it's
just
sad.
sitting
She's
up and
going through her
just
pregnancy, have to deal with this crap. I think I
finding
heard
something to
somewhere, I read
stare
somewhere that
at.
she's pregnant, and somebody left a comment saying she's pregnant. I think she is. And it's sad. She has to be in the presence of something like this. Her little baby in her stomach got to be in the presence of this sewer rat.
Hoping that an answer may just fall out of the sky on you.
Exactly,
Myself,
Jackie. And I heard people was hanging on the hood of the car for their dear
like I
lives.
said,
And he's sticking his
raised
head out the
Christian.
window.
It's
Hey,
so many
like it's
times
fun.
through the years that
This is insane.
I've
But
doubted
there's
God.
so many of these stupid people out here like this. There's
It's
so many
time.
of them
I
like
think
this.
everyone in this room can say that.
You know, these narcissists, these
If you believe,
sociopaths, these
you
borderline
doubted,
personality disorders, these histrions, and psychopaths.
you've
All of them. Look it up. Just
questioned,
read about it. You just read about it. You'll
you've
see for
wondered.
yourself. They always think it's about them. They want to blame shift on everybody else. It's never them. All they do is come into people's life to use and abuse them and to destroy them. And some of them could be so dangerous that they'll actually kill you. I think they are supposed to have the sentencing today. I think they supposed to be everything today. Supposed to be the last day. I'm sorry for the freeze, y'all. Just hang in there.
Been in situations that just can't figure out why. How do you get? How did I get here? What did I miss?
You know what? Maybe I should just do a
What
live
was he?
stream. And we're going to discuss exactly how did he get here, because I can
This?
answer these questions. I can answer them perfectly for him.
How did it
Okay.
ever end up
So just
with
stay
this?
tuned. Maybe sometime next week, early next week, over the weekend, people tune in and we'll just have like a brief 30-minute live stream. We're
At
going to
some
talk
point,
about
we've
him. We're just going to
all
roast him.
at
Anybody
some
wants to come
point
in and
we've
roast,
all
we're just going to talk about his
been in that position.
entitlement. We're going to talk about sociopath
Obviously,
narcissists. We're just going to
in
go
my
in. We're just going to
shoes, it's a
focus on this clown
little
right here,
different.
okay? And other clowns like him. And if anybody be an open panel, if anybody wants to come up on the panel, share their thoughts and opinions, or maybe you might have these kind of piece of crap like this in your family, or used to date one, or friends, co-workers, because they all over the place. Believe me, they all over the place. All right, so just stay tuned for that. It's going to be a 30-minute thing, and we're just going to roast him or whatever. This is ridiculous.
I said before,
And also,
for
we're
the
going to get
people
into
that
grandma, and we're going to get into mama too. Yeah, we're going to talk about them too.
don't
Yeah,
have
they're
any
all a part of it
understanding,
too. The whole family, the whole
I
clan.
can't sit here and be what people would want me to be. You know, we're all individuals. We all have our own ways of looking at things, and we all have our own personalities or whatnot. That's what makes us unique. Is our individualism. How one person may react to something, another
Rainy
person
woman,
may
beautiful. I
feel
would
the same
appreciate your
exact
diva if
way,
you jump on. Yeah, let's roast this. Let's get into
but
this
probably
one.
not react the same
Yeah, let's
way.
do this, girl. Anybody want to come? All welcome.
People can agree on certain things and still have a different approach. And
All right, Jackie, that sounds good. If you're available, I
listening to
appreciate
all the
it.
victims
I
yesterday
understand. If you
that
can or whatever, I appreciate it. Thank you for being such a
had the
great
courage
supporter.
to speak and state their opinions and vent their frustrations and their anger and everything. I heard a lot of what should have been done, what could have
Larry,
been
I
done,
think he is allowed 1 hour to talk.
as
I
far as
really
to
do think so.
the
And you know what?
remorse.
These narcs and sociopaths, this is what they do. They'll take up all the time too. Just
I
rambling,
apologize
word salad
for
all
not.
day. Like they think people want to hear them and care about them. Larry, this pathetic. This man's pathetic. And people that's like you, all of them pathetic. Mental illness, my butt. A lot of people have mental illness and struggling. They're not out here killing people, running people over. Are you kidding
Showing
me?
people what
And
they
your mother
wanted
and your
to see.
grandmother. Oh, I wanted to roast so bad on that one, but I just didn't want to disturb it. But we're gonna have our 30-minute roast. We have our 30-minute roast on them.
I just asked that there be
And I appreciate
understanding
everyone
to
who's staying in here with all this glitching and stuff. Me restarting, look like I'm about to restart again. Yeah, look like I have to. And I appreciate everybody hanging in here. I really do, because there's so many places you could be at. You don't have to be bothered with this. And the ones that stay in here, I
there's a
appreciate
side
it.
out of the
Thank you.
courtroom that's not seen.
Yeah, Clarity, it is ridiculous. This is insane.
What's seen in the courtroom is just a
Yeah,
small
Larry.
piece of the
Delay
whole puzzle.
tactic. Oh yeah, she's gonna need a recess. And she needs to go, and the judge needs to go in the back and relax and breathe. Think about that baby in her stomach, because that baby does not need to be around this sewer rat in his presence.
Just a fraction.
Stan, they don't ever have a point. It's called word salad. They don't have no point. They just talk. They just like to hear themselves talk and they think everybody else want to hear them.
The
That's just it.
majority of the time, I'm not standing in the courtroom or sitting in the courtroom.
Exactly, Brittany. Just bumping his gums, bumping his gums. The nasty looking gums. You see his mouth, Brittany? Look at that.
It's not a
Ooh.
day.
How do you get women like that? What is wrong with these women? Maybe they don't see too well. Maybe the eyesight is bad. It got to be that.
It's not an hour that goes by that I haven't thought about what's happening.
That's a good one. I'm surprised he didn't too. Mm-hmm. Oh, MCM. Thank you for that, and welcome to Donna Just Being Real. But can't give me all the credit.
I haven't tried to wrap my head
It's his
around
mother who
how-
gave him the name.
how
She said in an
something
interview,
like
and I
this
showed her
happened.
one of the videos, I don't like people treating my son like a sewer rat. Sewer rat. That's what she said. So I said, oh, well, he is a sewer rat, so that's his name, sewer rat. Mm-hmm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna have to restart this again. All right, y'all just hang in there. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let me just restart. Let's do this, and I'll come back to the comments.
We all done things in our life that we regret, that we're not proud of. That we don't know what we were thinking.
Yeah, exactly, Jackie. When I read that she was
That's been
pregnant, I
like
don't
a
know how
roller
true it
coaster
is, but
for me in this
when I was
year
like, oh my
overall.
God, she's pregnant, but she does kind of because of, you know,
I
pregnant
believe
women, our face look
every life, some
um
days are better than others. That's
just kind of
just life in
palish or
general.
whatever.
Some
Because you know the
days are
baby's
just
taking a
better than
lot
other
from us,
days.
and she got to be around this sewer rat. Exactly, Clarity. That's it. This is it. This is it.
You
This
heard
is
my
it.
best friend speak a little bit earlier.
Oh, meth head, meth mouth. That's why his mouth looked like that, like a yuck mouth, huh? That's it. That's it.
About I guess it would be more happier times, but
Bingo,
even then,
Brittany, you on it too. Oh, you said it happened to you? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I've been there.
put on a
Hmm.
smile to hide the pain.
Yeah, MCM. I don't
Long
get it either.
before
How?
November
What is
21st,
wrong with them? Maybe they
2021,
blind. You know, let's not talk about
long
blind people.
before
Maybe they couldn't see too well. It have to be, right?
that day,
MCM got to be something wrong with their eyesight. It got to be. And Brittany, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank
I
you for
was
everybody
struggling
still being here. I appreciate it. Don't need a man.
long
Hugs and
before.
kisses to you. I've been seeing you in the chat. Thank you. And thank you for modding. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and Angel, if you there, I know you said you was working. Hugs and kisses to you too, beautiful.
Feeling dead
Hugs and
inside.
kisses to you too. Yep, sewer rat. Sewer rat. Keep talking. Look at
Then
him. He
feeling
looked like a
hopeful.
rat. Look at the picture up on top. Look at the water
Then
mouth.
feeling
And look at his
depressed.
face. Don't it look alike? The ears and everything. The mouth,
Then feeling
the
happy.
nose. It looked just like it.
Then
He looked
feeling
just like a
upset.
sewer rat.
Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. 90% of the time, not even knowing why you're going from point A to B. Why is it going like this?
BG, I think he has a whole hour. I think so. Oh, this is ridiculous.
So I think
This
you
is what they do. They just keep talking. They don't stop.
do a lot of
They don't
things to
shut up.
numb that. Some people
And they don't sleep too. And they want to keep you up all
have
night too,
different
just going
things that
off.
help them numb it.
I
Some
don't know if
people turn to
anybody, like, if
drugs.
you
Some
have
people
dated
turn to
a
alcohol.
narcissist
Some
and you
people
had like an argument or something,
turn to many
they'll do
different
something like a
things.
situation. You know what? I'll just save that
Some
when we have
people
to go. 'Cause
isolate
I can get into
themselves.
the
Some
to
people,
narcissist and sociopath. I'll hold that back.
however you deal with it, it's how you deal with it. At that point in my life, I chose to put up
Camera, they can't because you spoke
no
them,
one
and
seeing
that
me
causes a narcissistic injury, and then that's when they'll go
for
into
how
a
I truly
rage.
felt, then it would be no questions. You see someone and they always have an upbeat appearance,
Man,
seem to
I'm
be
done. What
smiling,
did you
seem to
just
be
say?
in a
And the
joyful
war
mood,
goes
then
to Darrell
there's no
Brooks Law Firm.
reason to like what is there a question?
I can't. You're right. Well, they just have low
How
standards.
much
See, that's what
turmoil could
happens
it
when you
be?
date thirsty. Uh-huh. Date smart, not thirsty. This
The
is what
first
you're
thing
gonna
they would
get.
say is every time I see them, they're okay. It's not okay.
Oh
It's
my
not.
gosh, Brittany, they always pick a fight. Oh, I can go in on this one. Oh, I'll hold that. Let that be like a whole separate commentary, and I can go in about narcs, which I have a separate channel. I just talk about narcissist abuse and sociopaths and stuff more in detail in relationships. But yeah, you know, Brittany.
But I do believe one thing though. As long as you have breath in your body,
Oh my God, Barbara, you done hit it too on the nail. Oh my God, Barbara and
no matter
Brittany,
what
y'all
you're
just
going
going in
through, where
on
you
this
may
one.
be,
hmm There's no more dangerous
what
time
struggles you
than with a
have,
narcissist that feels challenged. Ooh,
what you
ooh
can't
boy.
figure out. You have to find a way to press forward. You have to keep
Exactly,
faith.
Larry. I done restarted my computer, what, 3 or 4
to
times
push
so far
forward.
now? How long has he been talking? This has been a minute. God, dog.
I think
Somebody need to shut him up. But I guess everybody's just like, you know what, just let the sewer
Apostle
rat
Paul
talk
said
and,
it best.
you know, because he's going to be done. You know, I don't know. They just need to just shut him up.
Apostle Paul said it best when he said, one thing I do, forgetting what's behind me and straining toward
Oh,
what
you
I've
see that
recalled,
with Jackie the Creature? That man was insane.
of which Christ
That
has
was a
taken a hold of him.
crazy story. And he looked just like the creature from the Black Lagoon. If anybody want to know what we're talking
Straining
about, I
forward,
did some
which
commentary on this guy who assaulted this woman, and he looked like the creature from the Black
acknowledging
Lagoon.
that it's
Just look at
difficult,
my the video. If I would try to find the link and post it here for y'all,
acknowledging
but
that
if I do, the computer's gonna start glitching.
there'll be
Oh boy, it's
opposition, there'll
ridiculous.
be
And maybe
hurdles to
I'll send
jump,
it on
there'll
a
be mountains to climb.
how can I send
It's
it on a
not
post?
gonna be
So just
easy.
you know, if people stay tuned to my
Acknowledging that by
post.
saying
But yeah,
straining,
Jackie looked just like the creature from the
straining
Black Lagoon. I'm
to
glad
move
they caught that
forward.
monster. And that was another one who felt entitled too. You saw in the video how he was complaining about, oh, I've been shot 7 times. Do you know what you just did to this woman? And we're supposed to feel sorry for you because you got shot 7 times? That's another one who felt entitled, just like this sewer rat. Mm-hmm.
That's what I've been learning. Is it frustrating that sometimes people
5 years?
mistake that
God,
for
dog.
not
Oh, I know
caring?
you have some
Yeah,
stories to tell. Yeah, I have another channel and it's dealing with
very
talk about
frustrating.
narcissist and sociopath abuse. If you're interested in, you know, that channel, I'll send a link. In the description, you can find my email. So just email me and then I'll send you the link for that channel. Okay. And I might be doing
As
something
hard as it
Thursday
is,
too.
you cannot
Tomorrow's Thursday.
turn back the hands of time. You can't. As much as I wish I had the power to do that,
It has been past an hour. Because I done restarted this computer how many times? Come on, Surat. You know, this is ridiculous.
so I have
And
to
another thing, Brittany, you know there's gonna be a TV show, a
look at
movie,
life
Netflix,
going
something about this.
forward, not
How are they gonna
backward.
do this? I'm curious. I wonder what's gonna be the focus
I have
when
to
they do
look
the
at
movie. Is it gonna be focusing on Surat being turning the
reality.
whole courtroom into a circus, or the focus is gonna be on the victims? Now, if they want to do both angles, it's gonna have to be like a 3 or 4 part series. You know, as long as they did Jeffrey Dahmer's, or maybe not as long as that, but it's gonna be 3 or 4 part series because oh my, I wonder who's gonna play him. I thought Ti. I
I've
know Ti fans, but I think Ti will look like him. I mean, yeah,
tragedy in the 21st, but I have
I
not moved past uplifting this community in prayer, and I will continue to do that until it's my time to pass on. I won't stop.
Stan said, "Oh my God, you will
Lifting the
take care
communities,
of it."
the victims, the families. Because of how anyone feels, I will continue to pray for them because that's what I want my heart to reflect. And I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception,
MCM. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad to have you
is that none
at
of us
Donna's
can
Place.
go
And I'm
back.
sorry for all this glitching. Thank you, everybody, for being supportive. I ain't got no high tech computer. You know, it is what it is. I got to do what I got to do to try to put something out there.
And change what
Thank you.
happened. We can't. But that doesn't mean that my life has to continue to be defined by that. I refuse to continue to live at that time because that time is past.
Yeah, Brittany, I was hearing. What he's trying to say is any kind of movie he makes any profit, he can't get anything, right? He'll have to go to the victims.
We
Look
can
at her.
always say
Oh,
shoulda,
look at the
coulda,
judge, man.
woulda. Nobody knows what they'll do
Go
until
on the
they're
break,
in that
Judge.
situation.
Go and get that baby
It's
out
easy to
that
say,
courtroom.
I would have
Get
did
the
this,
baby
I
out of
could
there.
have did this, I should have did this, I would have did that. You never know what you're gonna do until you actually there. Does anyone think I haven't asked myself that? Man, I should have. Why didn't I? What does it
Thank you,
matter
Barbara.
now?
Hugs and kisses to you. Thank you, thank you. And I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to have everybody here. I appreciate it.
How many times can I pound my fist against something and say, why? How could this? How many times before you just like have to move forward?
That's what these narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths are. Pathological liars. You know what, Larry? You're right. She kind of got that look like, I'm just going to let him just talk because I'm about to hit him hard.
Matthew 6:14 and 15, forgiveness.
Is he talking about forgiveness? Oh, I'm telling you, you got to give these knocks credit. They could always come up with some BS, right? They always on point. They don't stutter.
For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not
everybody pull out
forgive
the
others their
violins.
sins,
Let's get the violins out for them.
Your Father will not forgive your sins. That's Jesus himself, God himself.
Well said, Barbara. Well said.
I point no fingers towards anyone in judgment to say, how could you say this and how? Like I said before.
Make sure everybody get the likes, hit the likes. I want to put up a voting poll, but I can't. I don't want to open up too many windows and start glitching again.
How people process this tragedy is how they choose to. I can jump up and down and yell and
These
scream
type of
about what was
monsters love
said
quoting
in
the Bible.
regards to
Look
me.
at David Koresh, the one in Waco, Texas,
why?
or something like that, with the Bible. They always do love to preach the Bible. Mm-hmm. It's insane.
Everyone has to make their own peace with God, and that's what I've done, regardless to what people think. I've done it.
BG, you got jokes, facts. Do I see my violins? Come on, everybody, put on the violins. Woo! Violins for Surat.
I don't want that to be confused with being at peace.
Well, I hope Jack will be there for the roast because I miss Jack. He need to be here, but he's at work, so he can't sneak in and stuff, whatever. But I hope he be here for the roast. He got to be here for the roast because I know he gonna roast him. He calls him the albino sewer rat. That's his name from the albino sewer rat. Mm-hmm.
Is the only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not pertaining to
Stan, you got jokes too. I broke my violin string. I can't.
Mockery wasn't.
Love it.
Wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone. That wasn't what that comment was about.
I gotta cook dinner for the family. You know, come on, really, okay. Don't be the man said she broke her violin. Sorry, Surat.
I've chosen to do that because
I did the best I could with the violin. People broke the strings. You piss people off. They broke the violins. They don't want to be bothered with you.
It's easy to
Welcome,
lose
learning
your way in
lady.
the
It
world
is so
because
hard
the
not to
world
throw the
is,
phone to get rid of him.
as we all
You
know,
know, right?
is
I know, I know. And welcome to Donna Just Being Real. This is insane.
it's a big place. All types of things are out there. All types of it's easy to get caught up in the world. I can't and I refuse to live the rest of my life trying to please other people. I still have a long way to go to get to where I need to be. But my life now is
What do you mean
about
you got a
pleasing
long ways to
God.
go to get to
It's
where you're
about
gonna
what
be?
He
There's no
wants,
place you're
not
going but
what I
prison,
want.
Sorat. Where
It's
else
about
are
what
you
He
going
wants,
but
not what
prison?
everybody else
You're
wants.
done. There's nothing about getting your life together, changing. It's too late. You're going to prison. You're gonna have to adjust with all those big guys are gonna beat your little tiny little midget ass up. They're gonna beat you up. They're gonna do all kind of things. There's no need for me to
Part of
explain
God's
it. We
will.
all know what's gonna happen to you in prison. You're done.
Yet
They
another
sit as we
comment that was
speak, and they're
taken
in
out of
prison waiting for
context.
you to come to the prison. They already got all planned out what they're gonna do to you. They're gonna torture you every day, every single day.
A comment that again was not meant in a disrespectful manner in any way. Was not meant to thumb my nose at anyone in any way. It was the acknowledgement that God is in control of everything, everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. He is in control. That's what that was pointed towards. That and that alone. For those of us who do believe, we always been taught that God, His ways, not ours.
This is insane. Where are
What
you
He
heading
sees
to?
fit to do,
This is a 100% word
we
salad
can't
all the
stand in the
way.
way of it. No matter how much we wish we could, we can't. Frankly, sometimes that sucks. I never thought I would be standing here not being able to
Okay, what Jackie said, Donna, sorry, off topic. The other trial, the woman who
enjoy
was
time with my
killed
family that
actually earlier
anyone would
testified on
enjoy
behalf
with their
of the
family.
killer who
People
was
lost loved
charged in
ones.
Michigan. Yeah, that's what I was reading. So she tested. Wait a minute, I could tell she was at the court. I didn't catch a
I'm
part
sure
that
they
she
feel the
testified.
same way.
She testified for that
I
slime
never
ball.
expected to
See?
be here
Oh
now
God, we
because of
gotta talk
something
about
like
this,
this.
ladies. You gotta do better. I'm having a
That
women's
is not
chat.
lost on me.
If anybody's here, that ladies, I mean, gentlemen's allowed to come, but just respect what the women have to say. But we having a ladies chat, and I believe I have a schedule for Sunday and see it. We gotta talk about this. You know, start the new year right. I don't
To
know
suggest
everybody's
that
dating
I don't
situation,
care,
whatever. You know, this is ridiculous. Got to do better. Are you kidding me? Thank you, Jackie, for sharing that. Damn. Oh, I'm cursing. I'm sorry.
out of
Excuse me.
everything that's been said during this whole year, that's probably the hardest one to digest. To
Okay,
suggest
Jackie,
that
I'm gonna watch it. I watch it when I'm cooking
I'm
dinner. I
heartless.
watch it.
Mr. Brooks, what do you think the court should do
Pinky,
as
you
far as the
something else.
sentences are concerned with all of these convictions?
Honestly, Your Honor, and I don't want this to be taken out of context. I believe there's issues with me attempting to answer that. And here's why. I'm still confused. I'm still confused on the true nature and cause of the charges. I don't understand them.
Did this sewer rat say he don't
Also,
understand them? I'm done. Let me stop talking. I want y'all to hear clearly.
I also believe a decision was already made before we even got here. And I could be wrong. That's not a shot. It's not a slight in any way towards Your Honor. It's not. And I don't want that to be taken out of context as well. I will say help is needed. When you've dealt with certain things as long as I have, we have so many questions about where to start. Where to start. We have so many questions about what can give you the help you need, who can point you in the direction to get the help you need. There's so many things that you just you don't know where to start at. Your Honor, I think that throughout these proceedings, um, and I've noticed this, that you've been very observant. you've been here a year. Um, that would pretty much negate count 76. So there's that. Um, Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of the charges. So
He's basically saying he's
I
been
don't
in there for a year and that should be good enough and let him
I
free.
can't really consent to be sentenced when I'm still I don't understand. It's not a delay tactic. It's not attempting to be disruptive. Um, it's not intended to stop the proceeding.
Exactly, Stan. His logic is I've been in there for a year.
I'm
This should be
just
good enough.
being,
Oh, maybe give me an ankle
I
monitor.
have
I'll
trouble.
deal with that, but that's it. He's insane. See, these people don't have no remorse. They don't, Stan. They
Comprehension.
don't have no remorse, no empathy. They don't care.
I can't say with 1,000,000% certainty
BG, you got jokes. I love it. I love it.
that everything, as far as um, in regards to me, everything should be looked at in its totality. Um, the mental health issues, I believe that you've seen them rear their head at times. I believe that I know that you've seen that rear its head at times. I also believe that you recognize the need for the help that's needed. You've you've seen things as far back as my childhood, and I believe that you understand the certain needs that would benefit where to start myself. I don't know. There's so many issues that I've been trying to address for a long time, a very long time. And I
Rain
don't
and
know where to
woman,
start.
it's time for him to shut up. I know what you mean. He's killing my computer.
I have no idea. I can tell you that I want to be able to get to a point in my life where
Well
I
said,
can
Stan.
have
Well said.
the ability to recognize before um, before it happens, when something could become out of control, um, before um, an outside source can maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I would want to get to a point where I can be able to recognize the signs on my own. Um, I want to get to a point where I don't have a mind that's jumping back and forth and all over the place, and these moves they go from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, and then it's like, oh, I'm cool, and then it's here to here to here to here. I want to get to a place where I can combat that. This, Your Honor, this has not been easy, and not just this, but life in general. It has not been easy. It's not easy to wake up every day and try to figure out how to stay grounded, or how to stay in a I don't want to say a box, but to be able to stay in a straight line, to be able to take life as it comes, to to not only be able to cope with things. Things are going to happen, problems happen. uh, Life itself isn't easy. I want to get to a point, Your Honor, where I can be able to say, okay, it's okay. It's okay. I can be myself. I can say, you know what? You aren't the only person going through this. This doesn't make you uh, any less than anybody else. I wasn't asked to be born this way, Your Honor. I wasn't. I was not. I don't understand it. But the fact of the matter is I want to get to a point of happiness again. To be able to be medicated and not care what people think. To be able to speak my truth without having to feel ashamed that some people may think of me lesser than a person because I have to be medicated for life, or because they feel like it's not normal. Which lends to the reason why I said not wanting to live to please anyone else anymore. But for me to be here. Haven't been. I'm tired. Some days was up or down. Some days I don't know.
Mr. Brooks, it's going on 2 hours. I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground over and over. So I'm going to ask you again, because I'm really interested in your perspective. I want to know, as I consider and contemplate and finalize what to do in this case, if there are any sentencing recommendations you have on your own behalf.
New
to
eyes,
make.
exactly. He's still talking. Still talking. And welcome, girl.
I just want to be helped. I don't. I don't want to live with inside this pain anymore. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for. Your Honor, I really would like
Let me
to.
ask it this way, sir. 6 of these counts that you have been convicted of are intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life without the possibility of extended supervision. Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years, that's the statute. And third, anything in between. And then lastly, related to that, there's an enhancer of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict. Question, did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon? Thoughts on that?
I don't.
Do you think you should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing freedom outside bars? That would be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent? Meaning one after the other, or serving them at the same time? What are your thoughts on those things?
I didn't understand everything you said, but I did. I can't live a million years.
I understand that.
So
Oh, we're gonna have some fun roasting this guy. Oh yes, we're gonna have a
I
30
feel like
good roast on him.
I should be able to
Get
go
ready, Raymond
somewhere
woman. We're gonna do this. And everybody else who want to participate, we're
where
gonna roast this man.
I can be helped, where I can be properly evaluated, where I can be properly medicated. If that is an extended period of a long, long time, at least I know that I'm getting what I need. Not what I want, what I need. At least then I would be able to say, it's okay. You can be you. You can be grateful for the fact that you have experts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but you have people that know exactly what to do, that recognize exactly what needs to be done and what should be done.
Look at his yuck
To
mouth.
be able to,
Nasty.
like I said, be properly medicated, which is extremely needed. I don't know if that answers.
I'll follow it up again. What I hear you saying, sir, is that you don't have a specific recommendation in terms of how long the sentences are, whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're asking me to take into consideration your mental health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would say. And I think it should be what you said. Um, what was the term you used?
The extended supervision term or consecutive versus concurrent?
Yeah, the concurrent.
Right. Serving sentences at the same time versus consecutive, one after the other.
Um, Serving all together. Um, my main thing is, you know, like I said, regardless, is to not just be put placed somewhere and just forgotten about. That doesn't help. Obviously, I don't know um, how that all works. Um, but I know that it would greatly benefit me to be able to be somewhere where, um, like I said, I can properly evaluated and medicated with the things that I need. It could be something that I haven't even discovered yet, or not me myself, but it can be something that may be way near that could have helped me years ago that I probably wouldn't never have known up until this point that could have immensely helped. I
understand what
want
you're
the
saying, sir,
yeah,
and
I want the opportunity.
again, I think we're starting to repeat some of these topics that you've covered, and I understand what you're saying, and
I
I
want to beat this. I want to beat this. I
I
want the
understand that.
opportunity to beat it, to show that it can be beat.
at this
I don't
time,
I don't have to live like, I want to show. I
You
want to
gotta
show
be
that
joking. This is hilarious now. But this is
regardless
how they are.
of anything, that there is still hope. I want to be able to show my children that regardless, you you can rise up. You don't have to.
I believe I understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today. At this time, it's been over 2 hours. I appreciate all of the words you've said here today and the fact that you've, made a statement.
I apologize for the length. I didn't even
It's not about the
realize.
time. It's okay. But at this time, I would like to take about a just shy of 20-minute break, come back at 3 p.m. and start my portion of the sentencing hearing with my sentencing remarks and the sentence. So at this time, we will be in recess until 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
This man is completely insane. Can everybody hear me? Well, they said to be back at 3 p.m. So Eastern, that's 4 p.m. That's 15 minutes. This man is completely insane. He's completely insane. He really thinks that we're just gonna put him in a little mental institution, give him a little medication, a little therapy, and figure out what was the root of his madness and how we can change him, and he can set an example for his children. How you gonna set an example for your children, sir? Your first step was paying child support. You don't pay child support. You're not around your children. You got to be kidding me. This man is a bona fide clown. Okay, let me go into the comments here. To the comments. It was something that Stan said, "Don't do it, Judge. Give him life without parole. Don't worry about it, Stan." I think she just basically, just letting him talk, say we have to say, because she's gonna stick him hard. All right. And also, let me go down here. What was it? Did I miss something down here? Oh, wait a minute. I think I missed something. Okay, 15 minutes break, everybody. Yeah, 15 minutes and stuff. I think I'll put on a little music. Yeah, this man is crazy, Brittany. And thank you to the people that's staying here with all the glitching and everything, which I'm gonna definitely restart before the 15 minutes because we want to make sure we hear the sentencing because I know she's about to do it, but she had to go back, take her break so she could feed her baby. I can understand. We always want to eat when we're pregnant. We gotta eat. All right. Exactly. Don't need it, man. All right, who else we have up here? Johnny C. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Hopefully he won't live long enough in prison to get help. He's not going to make too much longer. Oh, he's done, Johnny. He's done. All right, who else we have? Brittany. What Brittany says, yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Good, everybody can hear me. And thank you, Brittany. Thank you. Wait a minute, something going on in the courtroom? Not 15 minutes. Oh, they probably just talking. Oh, okay. There's nothing. I don't see nothing up on the screen. Okay, and what else? Stan says, yes, Brittany, sentence that Miller Vanilla want to be Manila. Oh God, y'all just cracking me up over here. Oh my gosh, just cracking me up. Okay, Brittany says Mad Bio Fly. Yeah, that was the name Fly. That's the dumbest rap name. Oh my God, I would love to show the video because he looks so stupid in the video. But I don't know if it's gonna be flagged or whatever. I don't know what kind of condition they have with their music. Oh my gosh. Barbara says not only did he not help in the raising of his children, but he put down the mothers of those children who were raising them without his help. Exactly. See, this is what these narcissists do and these sociopaths. They always want to blame other people. It's not them. They put blame on everybody. And they delusional. They have selective memory. They remember everything. I have to say one thing, they remember everything. But they just act selective. At times they're like, I don't remember saying that. What are you talking about? See? That's what he's trying to do here. Hmm. He had his moment to plead insanity, if I'm correct, but he didn't want to because he decided I'm going to be my own lawyer. Hmm. Okay. Don't need a man says every state should have the DP. He don't don't need it. Don't need it. I guess you're trying to say. Um. And Stan said yes, we can hear. Okay, good, good, good. Everybody can hear me. All right, and what else we have? Dumpney Man says every state should have the DP. He needs it. Oh, okay, he needs it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know, like with the death penalty, I don't want him to have death penalty because I just want him just to live and suffer. But I realize that they don't just like kill you the next day. You are there for a while. But I just want this man to suffer and to remember every day, tortured and everything in this jail because what he did was just horrible and it was horrific. And he doesn't have no empathy and no remorse. All right, y'all just give me just a second. Let me put some background music. I don't like when there's no music in the background. Hold a second. Okay, I'm back here. All right. What Brittany says, yes, I agree. Every state needs the death penalty. Okay, what else we have? Dummy Man says, if they did do it, kill them. Okay, Barbara says, yeah, I have to disagree. I don't believe in the death penalty. If they don't have the right to take a life, neither does the state. And a lot of people feel that way. It's really tricky, Barbara, when it comes to death penalty. I can understand why people, want it, but I don't know. This has its ups and downs, but at least we know, these people go to jail and they're going to suffer. They're going to suffer, right, Barbara? They're going to suffer. All right, what else Barbara says? I understand it's easier just to put them down and not to have to pay with the taxpayers' money to sustain them. But going by God's law, it's not right. See, that's the part. You just broke it down. It's like the taxpayer, then you want to follow with God. It's like, I'm just glad I don't have to make that decision. That's just it. All right, what Stan says? All right, Stan, notice he don't take responsibility for his actions. No, he doesn't take no responsibility for anything he does. He doesn't care. The mama and grandma, all of them. I can't believe. What did she read? Something from Maya Angelou, I believe. Well, Maya Angelou, if I'm correct, when she made that, I don't think she made that for some people like sewer rats like him. That's not the point that she was coming across with. I know right now if she's watching this or whatever and stuff like she's like, really? You put my name with this madness. Mm, mm, mm. You know, I have to say one thing. Mama and Grandma, they were smart not to come to that courthouse because after that crap they said to come to the courthouse, woo, good luck with them heading to the parking lot. Mm-hmm. All right, there was some sort of comments I wanted to address here. What was the comments I wanted to address? Oh, so the BG said, what BG, excuse me, BG said she's wearing the orange just like him. How fitting. When he talking about with grandma with the orange, you got a point. What did BG say? Those were three blind mice. Y'all had some jokes. And don't need a man with something else funny. She said, I need a rat trap. All right, what Barbara also said too, absolutely no excuse. My sister's husband was killed, leaving her with two small children. I'm so sorry to hear about that. With two small children, she managed to put herself through college, work two jobs, and raise her children. See? See? I love it. I love it. And thank you for sharing that, Barbara. Something else Barbara said too. Oh, so when they said you're a deadbeat dad, that hurt your feelings, poor baby. Yep, that caused a narcissistic injury. And I remember he went through rage. All right, something else. Larry has said he's always bringing back to. So yeah, that's what they do. This was these narcissists. They always shift it and go back to themselves. It's all about them. Something else Barbara said. I think he's trying to say that God is in control no matter what. So those people in God's plan were meant to die. Ooh. And you also have said something about the free will. See, this is what these social narcs and they do. They always try to switch around the Bible to work their way. Like the David Koresh. What was the guy that the Kool-Aid guy that made him drink all that Kool-Aid and die? He was another one with the Bible. They try to twist it. Gotta be careful. A jackass said something. Yes, she went up to Michigan. Okay, yeah, it was about that thing. He said she went up to Michigan to testify on his behalf. I didn't know that part. I remember he said support in court, but I didn't know she had testified. See, women got to do better. You got to do better. And something else. Stan said he took 2 hours of my life. I can't get back. Exactly. All right, what else did I say? It's too late to rehabilitate him. Exactly, and it is too late because with stuff like this, you might can help these people, but you have to catch them when they're young. And we're going to talk about that when we do the roasting over and everything. I'll get into that one and stuff. But some of these people might be saved, but you have to catch them young. And a lot of people don't realize these times when they're young. They think that, oh, he's just just him or her, the child's just problems. They're going to grow out of it, but they don't realize they're not going to grow out. There really is a problem. So they need some intense, serious therapy. You know that kind of thing. All right. I was just checking to see, make sure there's nothing here. All right. I'm gonna get ready to start the restart the computer in about 2 minutes. Let me read this last one here before it starts. We definitely want to hear these sentences. All right. What do we have here? Stan said, "Don't do it, Judge. Give him life." Oh, I read that one. All right. Let me go back to comments. Anybody new comments? Okay. Those all right. Somebody else came in here. Miss you too. And welcome and blessings. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Did you guys notice he professed his faith, apologized to the judge, and never once in 2.5 hours speech apologized to the victims? Bingo. You got it. Miss you too. And welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Oh, you watching, you watching. All right. Brittany's she doing her pause. All right, what else did Brittany say here? All right. His own mother said that he's always been bipolar, but she didn't get him help. Oh, we gonna roast this. I could be here forever to talk about it. I want to really sit down and really watch the mother and the grandmother because I was so busy, with the computer and everything. But I'm gonna really watch it because I really want to break it down with the mother and grandma because it's truly enablers, Brittany. They are truly enablers. Truly. And I questioned them too. And you notice how grandma got all dialed up for the camera. Did you notice that? Because when I did that video with grandma, she wasn't all dialed up, but she was dialed up for this one, wasn't she? Mm-hmm. Didn't I say, I think I said in that video I had did with grandma, I said, why do I feel like she thinks this is some sort of show? It proved it. Hmm. These are all my thoughts and opinions. Like we all sharing our thoughts and opinions. It is what it is. All right, let me read this one. Miss U2 says, FYI, in the 1800s, white had their first hanging, and it took the criminals more than 5 minutes to die. It freaked the people out, so they abolished it. As a person, they need to rethink that. Uh-oh. Yes, I noticed the you noticed, huh? Miss you too, you noticed that. Because when I did that other video and then she was talking, she was just, looking regular. And I said to myself, why do I feel the way she was talking? I said, I have this strange feeling. You know what? Let me restart this computer. Y'all don't leave. Let me restart. I know it's about to start soon. And then I'll get back to the comments. Let me restart. Who's here? Let me restart because the break's about to be over. All right. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Um, Let me see. Did it start? Yep, it did. Okay. Let me share the screen. Sorry, y'all. Oh, they still on They on mute. Okay, let me finish reading this comments here. And Don't Even says, I heard he didn't it because of race. Possibility. All right, Miss says, sorry, I was watching a different channel live and they ended it and I came here. Sorry, I should have been here the whole time. Love your personality and opinions. Thank you. Well, I'm glad to have you here. We've been glitching like crazy over here. Oh boy. Oh well, but I'm glad to have you here. And thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions. All right, let's see what's going to happen now.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record in State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will ultimately conclude with the sentencing. I'm going to start with a review, frankly, of Mr. Brooks's NGI plea. I wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family. Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented, and some of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about the victims, their victim impact statements, and again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made, but there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. and then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information, so police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial, there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well-versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about at any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. And the reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions. And that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this, I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage. She went on, I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana, And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities. And none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. With the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion. And this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection. Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there is evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again, finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself, who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do. This is not one of those situations. We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things. There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma. did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience. He is fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone. And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, for evaluations, not even my
Donna is freezing. Come on, unfreeze.
own assessment, but for evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise, even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade. And of course, the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up. and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. Two individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted it was my words, my assessment. It was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me share it again. I hope we didn't miss anything. Did they go on break? I might have to rewind it a little bit. I apologize. Give me a second here. I apologize.
About you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved,
Oh,
hands,
rude
rolled, changed gestures or words with one of the drivers, perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. You at a point, I believe when you were talking with Detective
I
Carpenter,
picked up the
noted
speed a little bit here.
it was my words, my assessment. It was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point. We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing consideration. When I get to that point, that's your cases. We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle and Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was. She invited you out there, and that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was physical. Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was
Mr.
dropped. because
Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And now
Brooks,
you want to sit up here.
do not
now
interrupt me
you-
or you will be removed to the other
and now you
courtroom.
want to sit up here
Stop
and try to
now.
add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time
grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
you need to stop
None of
right
them.
now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right, he will be removed. He cannot simply stay
I don't
quiet when
consent
this
to being
court talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until he's
I don't
removed to
even
the other
understand
courtroom.
the true nature and cause.
Oh, he showed this, but wow. Thank God for rewind. Okay, so basically, she observed everything there. And just like I said, he's a sociopath. She read him, she broke it down, and he couldn't take it. You see, because these sociopaths, they think they're smarter than everybody else. You understand? So he's upset that the fact that she read him. Oh, I think it's back on. I'm sorry.
And we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present what I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional.
I just rewind it back just a pinch.
Seated, I need to first confirm that Mr. Brooks is able to hear and see the court. We do have the audio and visual on. If someone, I can see on the screen, there is a head set on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. And this court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom. As that is, of course, one of the options, and we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present. What I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me and you're not going to interrupt. So I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but I'm looking for a note that I made. Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that? All right. He's not making that. He's not. You are not. All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement. So I have at this point, I hope that he would honor the simple rule of courtesy and decorum that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me. But that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts. And that has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through every in detail report that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing. One of the things that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony, because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense, based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle, he was afraid of police, the tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay, Erica Patterson provided testimony in this regard, that there's no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom. He has forfeited his right to be present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in. One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes, I think 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you?
Oh, she's going
I'm gonna put
in.
Exhibit
I'm
15 up, 'cause
loving
I think
this.
it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White Rock, where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have from the evidence and the testimony 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34.5 miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it's an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. Did anyone tell me or tell the jury how long this took? But even though it took just a couple minutes, there were only opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face, Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing, Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map.
Oh my God, this judge is hot. Oh my God, she is reading him. This is killing him.
When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there are quads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade, floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And got clear to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which I believe Detective Casey spent were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he's about, he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor, thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's of course downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights and many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video, that is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band. It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students, talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong. for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burst Logistics, between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had injuries as well. And then, of course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured, and of course, little Jackson Sparks. Another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened, and Josh, of course, being struck. And then the Extreme Dance Group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, my entire team is dead. It was horrific. And to think of the two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you. And because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle. And when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho. And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And then again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound. He saw a child injured in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and 2 victims ahead. He saw 2 of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area. You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. They're screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle given the injuries she sustained, with a tear in her spleen, significant road rash cuts requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Scheel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done, and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down her buds. It was faster than anyone in their mind could be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel, it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, I wasn't quick enough. He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues. The parade Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks, squads driving by, you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich to wear. Ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, taken to Waukesha Hospital. The video and audio this court viewed from the hospital. Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time, it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park and Mr. Brooks. We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever, but he does. At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that vehicle. At one point, Detective Carpenter says, one of 2 people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks's response is, don't spin it. One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial, Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial, or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand. He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns. He brought up the recall after the fact. He talked and asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics. I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. You know, at times, right, we've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping, the laughing, hand gestures, many times and most times very emotionless, unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way. What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? Well, I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Locken described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us. I believe it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own. Jason referred to it as evil. And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward. No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk. But I forgive you. Such character. Margaret told she talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that. I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal. She talked about emotionally every day, she's reminded of the physical pain and the loss of self, but she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on. Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims. How he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located. He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time, but that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president, and how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense, and speaking at Jackson's funeral. He talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, very gracious, very inspiring. We heard next from Jessica and Juan, and how this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend, Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One, a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then of course the Blazers, and how I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson and how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son.
This judge
she covered
really
his
is
eyes.
phenomenal. She's breaking everything down.
To shield him from what was around.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
once, but twice.
Oh, he
They had to
doesn't
run
care. Look
because
at
at
him.
first it was
Just
what
waving the
happened to the
paper.
parade,
Waving.
and then
Hello,
the
hello. I got
active
something to
shooter
say. You're a sewer
situation
rat.
because of
It's a crap
obviously people didn't know
doing this to these
who had
people.
fired the
But
shots in
that's
that
all right.
moment.
You'll
And she
never be able
talked
to
about
walk the
pain and
streets
terror.
again. You will never be able to hurt anyone. You will never be able to put your hands on a woman or nothing. And I fought his family. I fought a lot of people. Yeah.
Many people talked
We're
about
going to roast
PTSD.
him. Just wait. We're going to roast him.
I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hyper vigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic, how her joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago,
Cheers to you, Miss You. You enjoy yourself. Believe me, there's a lot of people having a couple of cocktails celebrating today. Let's get it.
was she able to return to work, but in a very different capacity. She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. Brooks and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself. She said he will always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through, the impact to her and the kids, the nightmares, how parking lots are problems, there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same. Of course, we heard next from the Sparks family. They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson, the horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker, and that her world came crashing down. She talked about how she a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. And I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday.
Exactly, Barbara. I should pop over a glass of wine myself
Tucker,
too, because this is a celebration.
Somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault. One of the things when there is a fatality with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories.
Traitor, that's
the
all it is.
contrast-
It's nothing but a sewer rat. And welcome to Donna's.
The contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories, he'll have phone calls, he'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again. For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I need that word in that statement. And if he does that, I'll bring him back in. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. Some of the comments, the yells and screams from that night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm asking the court to give the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories. I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix. You clearly have a phoenix for a son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resiliency, of fortitude, of strength. I think what this community needs. I thought it was quite a testament that you took those pictures and the same pictures of Jackson, you replicated that, and I thought that was a great tribute to him. You talked about, of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you, and how you fought back and each were able to play baseball, even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously. And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty, how she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back. Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from others, including the Teagues. We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured. How baseball for Eric was stolen, how he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine, and I would echo that. We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this. It's difficult to go downtown. It's difficult to get restful slumber. Panic attacks are common.
Isabella.
Describe Mr. Brooks' shared ego
Hola.
in its vilest
Hugs and
form.
kisses, beautiful.
I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret, a lot of emotions. Frankly, really no emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so.
I agree, Miss You. I've never
Many
seen
families were
nothing like this.
devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used. Talked about the system failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who unbeknownst to me had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this, in that poem, it says, "We both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world." And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that. We talked about how compassionate each one of these individuals who died were. We heard about the compassion from Detective Casey that we learned about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and he greeted us every day of this trial. They ended with, "Angels watch over us." 6 angels
Well said,
watching
Miss
over
You.
us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again. We heard from the Kulik family about the empty space that they have and the brokenness. Their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college. She talked about all of the things she will never have with her mom. Just the last year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her mom would never see her do her wedding vows, never see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. and how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this, no verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart. Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks to picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the excruciating 2 weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this, all you had to do was hit the brakes. Her daughter talked about being scared of everything,
That is
worried about a
facts, Barbara.
sister,
Facts.
being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Darrell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify in this case, being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses. But it's the manner in which, I think, the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. The grace and dignity Charlotte got up and talked about. The basic things you learned in kindergarten. She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical. She wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so. I think her words were, your arrogance is pathetic. And her mom echoed those words. And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive. And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely. But you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen. Dylan Darrell said something very insightful yesterday. something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children, he didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this: you hit the brakes to go around the corner.
Isabel,
And
I
then you drove through
totally agree
barricade
with you,
when the
Isabel.
officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene. Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over. We heard from more of the members team, either directly or parents.
Exactly. He used his mother's vehicle.
How they had
And
to
why
walk
is she
through
supporting him?
carnage to
Oh, we're
find
going
their
to roast
children.
this man. Ladies and gentlemen, just stay tuned. We're going to have a 30-minute roast. Anybody wants to come on the panel, we're just going to
Such a
roast
gracious
Darrell Brooks.
statement.
We're going to
love.
roast, well, excuse me,
Talking
Sorbat. And we're going to
to
roast
Mr. Brooks
Mama and Grandma, everybody. We're
about
going to
being
go
a
into a
Christian.
serious roast.
And how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that. Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said that I thought about you every day. How could someone do this? More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to restart again.
And how she's
I
forgiven
think
him.
she might be getting close. Let me wait a second or two. Shoot. I really
We
want to hear
heard
this
from the
sentencing,
sister of victim HH
but his
and
computer is
how
glitching.
the first thing
I
she talked
understand
about was the
she wants
sound
to
of
get stuff
Vivian,
off her chest. You know,
Darrell whimpering,
please gonna have to
crying,
understand.
and then she
She's
found her
pregnant,
sister.
and as pregnant
How her
women, we
clothes
feel a
were
little
ripped off.
emotional. So
She
this
was
is really deep for her.
unconscious,
So
half naked.
she wants to get this stuff off her chest because she's been silent through the whole thing.
How she felt forgotten.
Let me wait a second too, but I
Because
might
her
have to
mom was at
restart
the
again.
hospital with
Let's
her
see what
sister,
happens.
of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks, but how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks, tires screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how
Well, it's going to be open
amazing
panel
it is
night
to
that
see the
day,
many
Miss
people
You.
with
You're
their
welcome to come on the panel.
in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them, of course. The emotional and mental injuries are significant and severe, but so grateful. Frankly, lucky to be alive.
Anybody come on the panel, we do roasting, or you could just be in the chat room, whatever you want to do,
I
whatever
say to
you're comfortable
you,
with.
that scar on your neck
It's good.
should be a sign of strength and fortitude. You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it. Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific. You can only get a mental picture from words so much, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. and all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family. But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless. Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that? The last person we heard from.
Oh, she's talking about the last person. Okay, let me restart this real quick. So when she do the sentencing, I don't want it to be a problem. I'm going to restart, ladies and gentlemen.
Gigi, the mother
Bear
of
with me. I'm
FF.
sorry about this.
If I have it reversed.
Barbara,
please
can you hold
excuse
it
me.
down for me?
And how
Just hold down.
you
Be right back.
I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today. How she's
I hope this thing did the trial stop? What she do? Go on break? I'm gonna have to rewind just a bit. All right, let me share this. I apologize, everyone, again. And thank you for the people that's hanging in here. I know people sneaking at work or doing whatever. You're spending time over here, and I appreciate it, especially with, with all this cutoff stuff. Oh, gosh. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to rewind just a pinch and see what the heck happened. What did we miss?
You're a child killer. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption. You will go back. Not interrupt me. I will bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today.
She letting this clown back in? Oh.
The sentencing factors. I can only read the top objection, but
I can't tell what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring him back in. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption. You will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him back in. Thank you.
You see, this is what I'm saying about these narcs and sociopaths. It's all about attention. This is his time. It's just about attention. Is it back? Is it back on? Ah, jeez. Computer's gonna act up again. You know what? Oh my God, why she let him back in? Okay. Camera phone says a kid a picture. Okay. You was talking about that one. Let me go back to these comments a little bit. Can y'all hear me? Just let me know. Someone could put in there for hear me. Pam Money, can you hear me? Do I sound clear? All right. Now I'm 62, so don't hassle me. Uh-oh. Oh, y'all talking over there. Okay. She might be bringing him back. Oh gosh. Well, I guess it was perfect time for me to restart. She said she was on the last one. Yeah, just leave him over there. Just leave him. I mean, the jury said guilty. There's nothing else to change. Oh boy. And believe me, with her crying, these sociopaths, they love emotions. They love to see your emotions. They like to know that they got up under your skin. These narcissists, sociopaths, because they look at it as a form of weakness that they can play you on. Yep, he loved every minute of it, but it's okay. It doesn't make a difference because he's done. He's going to be thrown under the jail. Don't interrupt me, Brooks. Oh, this is crazy. Oh gosh, it's getting late. This has been here forever. Okay, Pam. Thank you. Well, we'll see how long it's gonna take to bring him over there with the shackles. Oh, this is ridiculous. All right, let me get to I think I had some comments I wanted to address. I think.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, it started. Let's get back.
The record should reflect that it's 4:53. Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
Demand anything.
No, your conduct did. So
My
you can
conduct
sit.
didn't demand anything either.
Right, Mr. Brooks,
You
please
keep
sit
changing-
down.
You keep changing
And I'm
the
going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is a subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on a record. In
Mr.
that court
Brooks?
and in this one.
Please sit down.
I would like to go back to the other court.
It's not a courtesy to you. If you'd like to specifically waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit
I
down.
never waived the right to not be present.
That's
I
because
had
you
to-
forfeited your right to be
Didn't
present
forfeit.
in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3. I did.
Pledged to me saying
No.
you would not interrupt. And you demonstrating by your refusal to interrupt.
All that, because at the end of the day, you told the bailiff,
Ms. Brooks,
you told the bailiff
it's
that
not
I
a
had
debate.
to
You
write.
asked to come over here and I honored that.
Well,
and
I
I brought you
exercised my
back.
right 3 times. I shouldn't have had to do it 3 times.
None of those opportunities that you wrote to me said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never
Judge
had to do
Darrell."
that before. You've never required that before.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've never required that before. Every single time that I've been brought over there, after some time, sometimes very short, sometimes it takes a period of time.
You are just simply trying to delay the
I'm-
inevitable. Please,
Care about the inevitable. It was
I need
already
to
written
get-
today. It doesn't make me lose sleep. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
then please
I just
sit
want to
down.
be. I just want to be treated fairly, which I have
Please.
not been.
Please sit down.
And then Your Honor, and then you
Mr.
always make it
This
seem
is
like
not a
you always
debate.
make it seem like it's some type of aim, and it's not.
Please sit down.
We're talking about constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that it's a right to exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And it still wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign. I'm
Mr.
waving
Brooks,
this for like 20 minutes,
You're-
saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're
Hey,
here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can
So
I come
sit
back?
down.
It wasn't honored. And then
So
I
I
said,
can
okay,
finish.
I'll write this and I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen. the objection sign saying,
Mr.
I've
Brooks,
exercised my right
if
to
you
be present.
stop for a
May I have the
minute,
order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to stop so I can explain it.
Your Honor, I did what you asked me to do.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain
And
if you would like.
If I didn't, Your Honor, if I did not do what you asked me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you asked me to do?
Because I'm frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't
and
answer
that
the question, though, Your Honor.
matters.
That doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down and I will explain and
Your
remain
Honor,
quiet
with all
without
due-
interrupting me.
With all due respect.
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect, you told the bailiff when I first said, because every time that I've been brought over there in the past,
Mr. Brooks,
you always stated
I don't need a history
always
lesson of
stated
what I've done.
that when I exercise my right to be present.
Untrue.
You
Untrue.
always said,
Untrue.
we have the record. We have the record. We can dig into the record.
Mr. Brooks,
I know what the requirement was of me going over there. You've always stated on record that when I exercise my right to be present, you will bring me back if I will follow the rules. To the decorum. That's your exact words, which you said every time.
which you're
I've
demonstrating
never- I've
right now
never
that
had-
you have absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect, I've never had to go through any type of certain words that needed to be said or stressed or anything like that before. I've always done it the way that you've asked me to do it. No different than today when I told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And pledge to me that he will not interrupt me
I put it in writing.
without a pledge.
So why am I here?
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why?
I am allowing it. to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you feel it doesn't answer the question. Your Honor.
Sir,
Of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and you refuse to sit down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now
I
forfeited his
didn't say
right
I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't going to obey.
We'll be
I
in
just asked
recess
what is the
until he's
order.
there.
I just asked what is the order. I didn't say.
This is insane. Oh my gosh, just why did she even let him come back to the room? What Stan says, do the sentence now, shut him up. This is insane. Come Surat, my computer can handle so much more. This is ridiculous, okay? You see how these sociopaths, they affect everybody. This is insane. Oh my gosh. She should never, why did she? She broke down everything very much about what's going on. She broke it down about him. And I have to say, she did a great job doing that. But the point I'm trying to say is, you should realize that this man will not shut up. And if you know about with him being a sociopaths never shut up. They always have to have the last word. It's all about them. They don't have no remorse. They don't have no empathy. So she should have known, just keep him into the other room and don't let him come back, because she's never going to be able to finish what she has to say. He's going to be disrespectful because right now he has been exposed for who he is and he doesn't like it. He stood there for a whole hour, no, 2 hours, talking about poor him, pull out the violins, and he realizes that, you know what, this didn't work. Because he thought he was going to charm the jury. See, one thing about with sociopaths, they're extremely charming. That's one thing that they have about them. They have a great charm. And he thought he was going to charm the judge, but it didn't work. So now she calls a narcissistic injury. So now he's mad. He's upset. So that's why he flipped out. Why did she let him back into the room? This is, but oh well, it is what it is. All right, let me just read the comments real quickly. I don't know how long it's going to take to get back again. All right, Barbara says, I think that she brought him back to show that she's giving him every opportunity to be there for the sentencing, yet his own actions are the cause for him not. True. Don't Need Man says he will be talking in there. Yeah, just keeps talking, blah, 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 blah. Now he's angry. He's in a rage. Don't Need a Man. He's in a rage. Mm-hmm. He's in a rage. Okay. Miss You says, ask me, what's up with that? I speak with many Americans from other countries, and they all say axe. I don't understand why people say axe. Getting a USA diploma, I dropped out, and happy with that. And Stan said yes. This is ridiculous. Oh, come on. This is really is ridiculous. I mean, you should know. You spent 4 weeks. Oh, we back. Look at him. Just look at this. Look at this sore rat. Mm-hmm. What my Isabella says. This is a fool. Yeah, he definitely is. He's a fool. Well said. He is. Just look at him. Mm-mm-mm. He's shown her no respect at all. Yep, White House. No respect from the beginning to the end. And I noticed about what Sore Rat is he talks very different from men and women. When he was in that interrogation room, he gave those men so much respect. He didn't raise his voice. All right, let's resume.
Of course, I do need to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting thumbs up. We're back on the
Well
record.
said,
The record should
Stan.
reflect that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom. I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right. Which frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen, but I did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right. And his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom during my sentencing remarks. He immediately came in. I was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open, and he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is, it's a statutory right for him to be present, and he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this trial, that when my perspective, things are not going in his direction. Things are being said that he doesn't agree with, that he tends to act out, he disrupts, and I'll leave it at that. Once again, I'll confirm he can hear and see. We've got confirmation from the staff in the other courtroom. One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations of Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues, and first, and then going through the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors for sentencing, is frankly, it's challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional. This trial is unlike anything that I've ever been a part of. The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who are at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing, because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements. Today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider. I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support, which I upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs.
Is he trying to
Today,
get back
I am
in?
tasked with
She better not let this man back in.
sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic, moments that were frankly avoidable. My sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold, really threefold if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community. And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large. I, of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67 that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack. There is nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2021 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade, it starts with White Rock. It shows where Sergeant Warner was at one point, farther up that parade route, the staging area. And I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is. And that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony, we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights, and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform. He drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that
You are
was
so right,
not
Stan.
just at a
Prison
safe
don't
and
like
appropriate
child
parade,
killers.
frankly, that
He'll
was
won't
reckless and
last.
endangered
That's
anyone
what
who was
he's
on the
afraid
roadway
of.
at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street.
BG,
an
that
either
last
direction
sandwich he
from
had at
Barstow.
that guy's house when he
He
ran
could have
to
stopped,
ask him, can he use the phone?
asked for the police
That was the
barricades
last
to have
meal he
been
ever had that was good,
removed,
was
or
that
frankly
sandwich.
turned his car around.
He's going to think
even
about
at
that
point
sandwich
and gone
forever.
back the way that he had come.
Love it.
But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path.
White House, I kind of
Where
have to
he
agree
struck
with you on this one. And she's
not
killing my
one,
computer. I'm tired. I have to restart.
not two,
Let's just get to the point. Didn't you say
not
all of this?
three,
Just do the sentencing.
but
Oh
68
gosh. Watch,
different
it's gonna freeze up
people.
this computer. It's gonna freeze
We
up.
actually know that number.
And then I'm gonna have to
higher
restart and I'm gonna miss the darn
because
sentencing.
now
I'm sorry,
now,
everybody, and I appreciate the people that's here that's been hanging in here
we
for how
heard
many hours
from
and stuff, sneaking in
the
and
two individuals who were with
I just appreciate
Extreme
it.
Dance,
Thank
the
you.
one girl who was struck by one of
Let's
the
look at this place. The last
individuals
day
who
of
was
sewer
clearly
rat.
struck, and that person flew in. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing.
BG, I don't understand
69
either. Look at his yuck
individuals,
mouth.
if you include her.
Who would date something like this? Who would let something like this come in them raw like that without
There
a
are
condom?
so many
Who
aggravating
will let
factors
them
here. It's frankly
impregnate them
difficult to
looking
even
like
keep
him?
track of them all.
This is insane. Something wrong with these women. Something wrong.
The
Something
complete
wrong.
disregard for the lives of anyone
Ladies,
else
you have to do better.
that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop.
White House, I think she's
fact
starting
that
back to
he
square one again.
Mowed over.
She
and
just
used
said
that
everything.
vehicle as a battering
It's like
ram
she's starting over.
to
Oh,
hit
God.
68
No disrespect to
individuals,
you,
never
Judge,
once stopping,
because I know this is really
with
hard
rage
for you to
and
do, but
anger
really,
and unsuspecting
should I
people
restart
at a
now?
parade
I don't know
who
what
were
to
there
do.
simply to
Just
kick
get
off
to the
holiday season,
to the
to
sentencing.
experience joy with their families.
Get to it.
The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed.
Look at the
swerving
prosecution
from side to
face.
side
They
at
kind of
various
have to look
points.
like, okay, Judge,
This
you
was
kind of
not
made
a
your point.
case
We
whodunit.
kind of want to go home so we can bust open the champagne
From
and
the very
celebrate that
beginning,
we got
from when
this
this
sewer
case
rat
was
off the
charged,
street.
it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after
Yeah,
sitting
that
through this
sandwich,
trial,
BG. He's never gonna forget about that sandwich.
after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses,
I agree with you, Stan. I
it
agree.
is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks' guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence. That's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours. One sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals. At times mocking them with hand gestures or rolling his eyes multiple times. That is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy, who is sorry for what he has done. We may never know.
You know what,
true
Stan? I
why.
think this is his goal. This is how
But we
these
were
narcs and
provided with
sociopaths are.
nothing
They always want to be like a
here today.
superstar.
other than
And I think
a
because he
feeble
knows there's going to be a
attempt
movie out. It's
to
a
blame
movie,
mental
Netflix,
health,
Lifetime, something like that.
which
So he
frankly does
knows
a disservice
he's already
to
aware
those
for it.
who
And
truly
he's
suffer.
just like
from
grandma
mental
knows
health
and mama knows. They all want to
issues.
be a star. This is
I understand
pathetic.
why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for
Wait a
an
minute.
apology.
I really don't want to
Apology.
say anything bad towards the judge because she was rocking in the beginning.
I didn't get it.
But now she's
And now
going
not
too
my
long.
benefit,
She's
but for the
long-winded.
victims.
She talks a lot. Oh my gosh. You could have been cut and dry. I mean, you said you broke down everyone. Look at the
The
prosecution.
law
They have a face like,
allows me
oh
to
my
look at
gosh,
things
cheap
such
end. I
as
want to go
Mr.
home and
Brooks's
celebrate and bust
prior
open the
criminal
champagne.
history, including the history of criminal offenses and pending charges, the history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here.
Oh, he wants to come back. Lord, please don't tell me
Acts
entertain
resulting in
him.
probation revocation.
Don't entertain him. Stan, I hope she's not going to entertain him and let him come
Of
back.
course, those are part of
This
his
can't
criminal
be
history,
happening.
nothing specific to these charges.
You
I
have
look at
enough
his
on the record to
personality,
prove that
character, and
this
social
man
traits,
is out of order.
the vicious or
He's
aggravated
disrespectful.
nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims. I can consider statements made by his own family. I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note, though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor. The reach into the community.
Oh my gosh, White House, I
helpful,
totally agree with you. We
because
know
this was a
all
Christmas
his
parade.
dumbness.
I think
Dumbness.
it was a comment
Sentence him
earlier.
already. This is crazy. Oh, look at us freezing again. God.
Either today or yesterday that this was not And one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting. 68, 69 times. Driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee, pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle. And he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done. Someone who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears. Not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused. A recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area, putting your hair up. From it being down.
I had to put what you call on timeout.
No doubt, this is by far and away.
I'm
one
going
of
to
the most
restart this
aggravated
again.
cases
And
ever
hopefully when I
presided
come
over.
back,
The sheer
she'll be
magnitude
done.
of the
Ooh,
loss.
603 is back. I'm gonna restart again. Hey, I made it back. I see the end. Okay. I'm gonna restart again so we can see the end here. This is ridiculous. And thank you everybody for hanging in here. Okay, let me just restart. It. Right. Hang in there.
she won't help post his bail. You didn't put a cent on my bail. Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused? The end, apparently, of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, nah, I didn't try to do anything, because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That is the rage and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her, like he lied to Detective Carpenter about. This was to confront her. He clearly hit her. We know that. This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention? If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend.
Yeah, he
Someone
did
he
feel bad. He really
recently
did.
met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral
Look at this
character.
fool standing there holding that up with the orange.
It
Look at this
demonstrates
fool.
unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no empathy for anyone, and that you are justified in the actions that you take. In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into this courtroom. I will continue. This is his prior record, going back to
Oh, she's going back to the prior record. Oh, we kind of already know.
2000. Spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition in Wisconsin. Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime. Put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison. 2002, possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing, jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving and alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30 days jail. 2009, obstructing, 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police. 2010, strangulation.
Rainy woman, you have a
Battery
point. She might be going that direction.
Ultimately revoked, serving 11 months jail. 2012, misdemeanor bail jumping, possession of THC, with a number of other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37 days jail consecutive. In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence, obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time. 2007, statutory sexual seduction as a felony. This is for impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016, charged with not being in compliance with the sex offender registry requirements, for which there is an outstanding warrant. In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson, based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make, I say presumably, but frankly doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children. The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCDV, and a resisting obstructing. And then the second would be those, he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th. This is clearly someone with a demonstrated violent history and past, someone who has absolutely no regard for anyone but himself. To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think, is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders, and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings. Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health or alleged mental health. There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic episode. I went through all of that earlier today, going through the 4 reports related to the special plea. None of those doctors, especially, Brooks talked about at times this being the will of God, or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short. You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder. but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting where the Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need. This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really three primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment, one is to protect the community, and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court does get to consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose, because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma that will take a lifetime to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There will be no weddings. There will be no graduations. There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another. 1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen. 1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Durand. 1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. 1 life sentence for Bill Hospel.
Amen. Amen.
And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks. I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm. On counts 7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12 and a half years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17 and a half years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7.5 years is a maximum of 12.5 years. And I'd ask that everyone no longer show any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this. On counts 7 through 67, on each count, I will impose a total sentence of 17.5 years. 12.5 years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That is 762.5 years of initial confinement and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed. That is 17.5 years, sir, for Nicole White. 17.5 years for Eleanor Anders, 17.5 years for Sasha Catalan Castillo. 17.5 years for Maura Gilchrist. 17.5 years for Justin Gullickson. 17.5 years for Harry Guilfoy. 17.5 years for Aiden Lofgren. 17.5 years for Theo Maza. 17.5 years for Tyler Hudliner. 17.5 years for Connor. 17.5 years for Eric Teagues. 17.5 years for Adelia Maffioli. 17.5 years for Kelly Graybow. 17.5 years for Josh Craner. 17.5 years for Riley Rogers. 17.5 years for Caden Rogers. 17.5 years for Tucker Sparks. 17.5 years for Isabella Bartlett. 17.5 years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17.5 years for Samantha Coelho. 17.5 years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17.5 years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17.5 years for Mitchell Lampine. 17.5 years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17.5 years for Julia Schleichow. 17.5 years for Olivia Stover. 17.5 years for Jennifer Stover. 17.5 years for Jesselyn Torres. 17.5 years for Alice Urell. 17.5 years for Charlotte Urell. 17.5 years for Vivian Urell. 17.5 years for Grayson Urell. 17.5 years for Lola Hospel. 17.5 years for Tamara Rosentrader. 17.5 years for Betty Strang. 17.5 years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17.5 years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17.5 years for Elliot Hallmark. 17.5 years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17.5 years for Patrick Heppy. 17.5 years for Lori Locken. 17.5 years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubilar, 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez, 17 and a half years for David Marquez, 17 and a half years for William Mitchell, 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff, 17 and a half years for Margaret Pachulis, 17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez, 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez, 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez, 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez, 17 and a half years for Maria Perez, 17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez, 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia, 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez, 17 and a half years for Charles Green, 17 and a half years for Lily Green, 17 and a half years for Brinley Harris, 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp, 17 and a half years for Owen Briciotti. On count 68 through 73, which are the 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death, these are 25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts, but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses, which it is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For all of these sentences that I have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District, and $124,000, $220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation Program. I am ordering DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts. Although my primary emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees, I will order that restitution costs and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only, all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of the sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief form. The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights.
Brittany, I agree with
are restored.
you.
may
I
not
hope
possess a
so. I hope so
firearm.
too.
You may not possess body armor. Both of those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. I will note for the record at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case. We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion to stay pending appeal, or we could do it another
I want
day?
to wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that. All right, I'll schedule that once the judgment of conviction is signed.
Understood.
We are in
Thank
recess. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye, Surat. Your performance is done. It's a wrap. Let's just see the ending. And then I'm going to give a quick closing thoughts and read the last comments and let everybody go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so rat is done. We hung in here for a long time. This has been going on for weeks and for days and everything. And it's done. No more sewer rat. No more out here terrorizing people, beating up on in and out of jail, beating on women, you know, not paying child support. Yeah, well, grandma. hmm, let me read the comments real quick. I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. All righty. 603 said, "Thank you, Miss Donna, and the rest of you have a great evening. And you too, you have a blessed one. And thank you for coming back. And thank you, everybody, for engaging." Pink Lady said, "Done with work. That's a lot of years." Woo! Yeah, girl. He's done. All right, Reigning Woman Diva says, "Don't wish for a CO to be dirty. The THM doesn't need any help with vengeance to help for a dirty CO is to co-sign crimes for other individuals." I get what you're saying. All right, and what else do we have here? Thanks, Donna. You're so welcome, and thank you for being here. Hammer says, "Bye bye, bye bye, Surat." Yes, bye bye. Okay, and Brittany says, "I've enjoyed my time here and everyone I met, and bless you, and thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging." What my girl Barbara said. Barbara said, "I will sleep well tonight knowing that this evil will never walk the streets again." Amen to that one. Amen to that one. And you so welcome. Thank you, Hammer. Thank you to everybody for being here, especially with this computer going in and out. I appreciate that. I know people probably sneaking in at work or whatever and stuff. You could have been in plenty of other streams. You didn't have to deal with the glitching, but I appreciate the people that just stayed there and they hung in there. I appreciate that. Brittany says we're going to watch the Terry trial tomorrow. Tomorrow, you know what? I have to see. I have to see about that because yeah, that he's a piece of work, isn't he, Brittany? Oh my gosh! All right, I'm gonna look into that one too. Um, and thank you, Brittany, for support. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, what do we have here? And Barbara said, "Donna, you did an amazing job covering the story. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, and thank you for supporting. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you." And Raymond said, "You too, 603." And Isabella, adios, adios, and you're so welcome. Gracias to you too. And Trader's still here. Thanks. You so welcome. All right. So thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for engaging. I'm sorry for all the da 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 and all that crazy stuff. And that's it. Did I miss another comment? A whole second. This last one here. A comment says is LOL. I'll get the notification if you decide to do that. Bye, y'all. All right. Make sure everybody, subscribe and everything. And thank you for being here. My channel is about dating, love, relationship, and toxic relationships. And the reason why I focus on this was because due to the fact that he's a sociopath. He's a woman beater. And I thought this was very interesting as a teaching tool to people. Hopefully everybody learn from this, and you have to watch out for these type of personality disorders because they can be extremely dangerous. They only come into your life to only cause harm and havoc. And what was it? Miss you, and thank you for sharing. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for sharing what you went through. I wanted to talk about that one and stuff, but I'm probably gonna have like a 30-minute, like I said, 30-minute live stream, and we're gonna get into Sewer Rat, and we're just gonna roast him. We're gonna talk about him, talk his mom, whatever he wants. It's gonna be like a free open chat, just talking about with Sewer Rat. All right. So everybody had themselves a blessed night and a safe one. And another thing too, just stay away from these sociopaths, stay away from these narcissists. Learn the signs, learn about them because they all over. Let me tell you, they're in your workplace, they're in your church, they're in your family. It could be the person that you're laying besides in the bed. They all over your friends, children. Watch your children because they'll show the signs of everything. And like I said, sometimes it's just like a little too late, and then they turn out to be like Surat. It is what it is. All right, everyone. Bye. Date smart, not thirsty. Don't forget that. Stay tuned for some more of Donna Just Being Real. Bye.